Hi, my name is Ian, and I will be your MC today. Uh, something.
Hold on, use the.
Yeah.
Yeah, use the.
Shoot. That's not mine. That's yours, isn't it?
I don't need that. I have
Oh.
the GH hole.
Okay.
Just say the number first.
Team 26606.
One of your team. Hello, we're on. We're on. Okay. Yep. One of your teams from Saline, Michigan. It's Hive.
244 24052.
One of your teams from Grand Rapids, Michigan. They're the North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs.
10024.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan. It's the Twisted Devils Black.
9087.
Another one of your teams from Richland, rounding out the Blue Alliance. It's the Twisted Devils Green.
Yeah. Oh, 31261.
One of your rookie teams from Ann Arbor, Michigan. It's Hack Attack.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1. 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 up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
pretty much 2 times the good quality seating for the fields, but it's still limited seating. So please, no saving of seats. That's one of the rules of first. Also, no seating on the stairs. It's a fire hazard. We are not allowed to do it. Please get off the stairs and stay off the stairs. With that, I just want to say thank you again for everybody that came. And I'm going to hand it off to our MC.
Good morning! Is everybody feeling alive after lunch, or is everybody looking for a nap like me? Nap? Well, let's try to make some noise. Let's wake up everybody next to us. Ready? Let's hear some noise! All right, I hope you're awake because I got a lot of words to get through. First, welcome to Decode, presented by RTX, part of the first age season presented by Qualcomm. First is a global robotics community preparing young people for the future. First engages students in pre-K all the way through 12th grade. In our STEM programs such as First Lego League, First Robotics Competition, and what you're all here for, First Tech Challenge. Now get this, First Tech Challenge started all the way back in 2005 and has grown to more than 8,000 teams in over 55 countries. By joining us today, you are a big part of this movement. All of you are helping make this program possible for the next generation of innovators, so thank you to all of you. We are in for such a fun day today. I can't wait to see how everything comes together with these 72 teams here today. I know you've all been working really hard to design and build your robot for this year's challenge, Decode, and we're so excited to have you here today. This season, students will step into the world of archaeology, uncovering secrets hidden in artifacts, tools, and discoveries. Our students will dig deeper using STEM skills and creativity as they build, design, program, and drive their robots. Together, we'll all take on thrilling head-to-head challenges inspired by the science of discovery. And of course, a huge shout-out to our season sponsor, RTX, for putting together a special welcome message for all of you. Let's take a look.
Teams, and congratulations on advancing to this level of the Decode season. This is an amazing program. Nearly 100,000 students across 81 countries develop STEM skills, practice engineering principles, and explore the value of teamwork in First Tech Challenge. Through the RTX collaboration with First, we hope our work inspires you to think about how technology can be used to not only prepare for the future, but to also learn from the past. Now my colleague Amanda will show you some incredible technologies that are currently being used by archaeologists.
Check it.
Thanks, Dantea. Here in Portsmouth, Rhode Island, RTX's underwater acoustics capability is similar to the technology archaeologists use to locate, image, and map ancient sites and artifacts. Synthetic aperture sonar uses an artificial array of transducers to scan the seafloor, collecting data to form an ultra-high resolution picture. These images reveal the shape and size of objects, like shipwrecks, in much more detail than traditional sonars. And from the sky, archaeologists use remote sensing techniques to research past societies and cultures. RTX unlocked the next generation of remote sensing by using digital engineering to produce sensors that are smaller, lighter, and more capable for a variety of Earth observation missions. Traveling on satellites, these imaging instruments provide maximum resolution imagery from space. Working with NASA, RTX is designing a new remote sensing instrument to identify land patterns like crop production, mineral mapping, and forest management. Right now, RTX engineers work in 30 countries, focused on things like advanced avionics, directed energy, electric propulsion, hypersonics, and quantum physics.
These are only a few of our industry-leading projects at RTX that allow us to see further and in more detail than ever before. Working with this year's First Tech Challenge teams has been energizing and impactful, and your passion for inventing is second to none. Whatever the outcome of today's competition, you're all having an impact. Best of luck, teams.
Now, some more fun stuff. Being part of FIRST does not end when you graduate. As an alumni, you'll always have a place in this community, with chances to volunteer, make new friends, and connect with professionals. Keep shaping the future with us, please. Volunteering at any FIRST event is a great way to stay involved after high school. Now, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the FIRST alumni who are here today, giving back as volunteers or mentors. If you are a FIRST alumni, please stand or wave and let us give you a giant round of applause. Now I'd like to take another moment to recognize some other important people. A big thank you to the parents, coaches, mentors, and volunteers who helped make this event possible. Students, please make it loud for their support. We also ask all of you today to honor the FIRST ethos, gracious professionalism. This means doing your best work and at the same time, respecting and valuing the other students, teams, and volunteers here. And who better to help explain this core value of FIRST than our program leaders, FIRST alumni Rachel Moore and Colin Foltz.
I'm Rachel and this is Colin. We're both FIRST alumni and together we lead FIRST Tech Challenge. We'd like to talk about something that's important and part of the ethos of FIRST programs, gracious professionalism.
If you've never heard the term before, gracious professionalism is kind of like good sportsmanship, but instead of only describing how to behave when you compete, it can apply to all aspects of your life. Gracious professionalism is a way of doing things that encourages high-quality work, emphasizes the value of others, and shows respect for individuals and the community.
FIRST is a small cross-section of the real-life opportunities that each of you will have to make decisions which reflect gracious professionalism. Practicing gracious professionalism doesn't have to be large, sweeping gestures. Instead, it's the little choices that each of us makes when no one is watching that all combine and fuse together to form our collective culture. You already know how to compete hard, and you know how to be kind. Think about how your actions make others feel and how that makes you feel.
Your team probably plans strategy before the season and before each match. You can do the same exercise for how you will handle challenging interpersonal situations that might come up throughout the season. You won't always get it right, and that's okay, because gracious professionalism is a journey, not a destination. It's something we should strive to practice every day. When we make a mistake, we should own it, offer a sincere apology, and attempt to make amends. Then, find ways to do better in the future.
FIRST can be challenging. It's supposed to be. And that means that at times during this season, you may feel pressure and experience stress. In those difficult times, it might seem easier to be selfish or only take your own interests into account. After all, even if you do everything the right way, there's only a handful of teams that will win their last match of the season and be celebrated as world champions. But while there's a limited number of championship trophies, there's no such limit on the number of teams who will have a successful season. Don't waste your time on being envious of others' success. Ask questions, challenge yourself, learn from others, and share your own knowledge.
FIRST programs would not be possible without the time committed by tens of thousands of caring adult volunteers, including team coaches and mentors. As FIRST alumni, we know the impact that mentors and coaches can have on a young person's life. Mentors and coaches are key to establishing and maintaining a team culture. On behalf of more than 100,000 FIRST Tech Challenge students, thank you for all that you do. Aristotle once said, "Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all." This season, we hope you have the opportunity to educate both. Good luck.
Blue mic, 1, 2.
Marie Curie. Woohoo. Good afternoon, Marie Curie. My name is Ian Haregers, and I will be your MC this afternoon. And my partner in crime today is Ethan, the Tin Man Hanser. Okay. For our first qualifying match, we have 26606.
One of your teams from Saline Middle School in Saline, Michigan. It's Hive.
Our next red team alliance is 24052.
From North Point Christian Junior Senior High School in Grand Rapids, they're the North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs.
For our first blue alliance, we have 10024.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Black.
And rounding out the blue alliance, we have 9087.
Another one of your teams from Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Green.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1.
Already getting started with qualification match number 1 here on Marie Curie. We've got both of these red alliances firing off whatever artifacts they can, as Hive decided to fire off some of theirs from the far launch zone, but both the Twisted Devils Black and Twisted Devils Green firing off salvos by themselves into the Blue Alliance goal. These Blue Alliance robots, though, almost have a full classifier ramp, trying to match up to the purple-green motif pattern that we've got over here. With 1 second left, another salvo out of 10024.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now at the end of Autonomous, as their drivers take control, the Blue Alliance is out to a lead over our Red Alliance robots here, as immediately Hive looks like that they wanted to fire off more artifacts into the Red Alliance goal, trying to fill up that classifier ramp, is now that they have a full classifier over there. But now 10024, that's the Twisted Devils Black on blue, fires off a full salvo of their own, but the Red Alliance decides that they want to start clearing out that classifier ramp. So all those artifacts are worth 3 points apiece instead of 1 going into the overflow, as the North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs firing off those artifacts that they've got for themselves as well on red. But it looks like 2 of your Twisted Devils teams, that Twisted Devils Black and Green, trying to move over to the blue side, trying to fire off whatever they can. As 9087 gets in position, they fire one, they land it, but it bounces out of the square. They land it through the square, but 10024 once again fires off a full salvo into the Blue Alliance goal, as it looks like the Red Alliance is trying to encroach on the Blues lead, but Blue Alliance is still holding on to it, as currently there's 6 points separating these alliances with 50 seconds left in this qualification match, as 9087 empties out the classifier. So 10024 fires off a full salvo into their blue goal. Red Alliance looking to do the same with 37 seconds left in the match now. Red Alliance is bringing this match closer in, but they're also trying to match up with whatever motif pattern points they can get before the end of the match. as it looks like 24052 trying to go for a possible early park, as that train whistle means that we are in our endgame period now, as it looks like 24052 trying to lift up for a possible double park, as Hive decides that they want to move in against them. We might have a possible double full park over there on red, but looks like these Blue Alliance robots are trying to do the same before the end of qualification match number 1.
Up next for our qualification 2 match, we have on the red team alliance 3-1-2-6-1.
One of your rookie teams here at States from the Future Innovators Academy in Ann Arbor, it's Hack Attack.
Rounding out the red alliance, we have 19940.
From Northville, Michigan, they're the Techno Raptors.
Then for our first blue team alliance member, we have 13284.
One of your teams from Houghton Middle School from Houghton, Michigan, it's the Snowbot Silver.
Then rounding them out, we have 20245.
From Mona Shores Middle School, it's Ultraviolet. All right, looks like we're ready to see those scores for qualification match number 1. As we see the monument getting constructed right here, and it looks like we have the Blue Alliance taking home that match. As they set a new division high score of 118 to 103. But while the Blue Alliance comes away with 4 ranking points from that win, the Red Alliance isn't coming away empty-handed, as they at least get 1 ranking point after that match.
We're starting this game in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start of match number 2, we've got artifacts flying in from both alliances. As one of your rookie teams, that's Hack Attack, firing off those artifacts from the far launch zone. As 20245 doing that from the near. No Raptors on red trying to do the same as they're firing off another salvo. They landed 2 out of 3 out of their last one. But the Blue Alliance has a full classifier and some extra artifacts to boot, going through the overflow with only 2 seconds left on autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As going into our driver control period, only 1 point separates these alliances, which means it'll be a very close match from start to finish, as it looks like we got these robots trying to position into the near launch zone. As 13284 over here in blue, that's the Snowbot Silver, taking the trip down from the UP as they fire off a full salvo for themselves. 19940, the Techno Raptors doing the same for red, firing off a full salvo into their Red Alliance goal. As Hack Attack decides that they wanted to try to sneak past the Robo Raptors there, as they have some defense played on them by the Snowbots. Ultraviolet's 20245, trying to move over to the near launch zone, trying to see whatever they can fire off from the back as the Snowbots are accidentally getting their way. With the rookie teams, that's Hack Attack for red, fires off a full salvo for their alliance. The Techno Raptors look to do the same, but accidentally launch them outside of the goal instead. But Hack Attack back in position, they fire 1, 2, 3. They landed a full perfect salvo into their alliance. They decided they want to immediately try to empty out the classifier. So the Techno Raptors fire off another salvo and get those artifacts that are worth 3 points each. 40 seconds left in the match. Blue Alliance still holding on to a lead, as they're trying to take care of business. 30 seconds left. Red Alliance trying to encroach on the Blue Alliance's lead, though. But 1-3-2-8-4 and 2-0-2-4-5 trying to hold on to the lead that they got. As Ultraviolet just fires off those artifacts just in time for the endgame period to start. As the Techno Raptors try to position for another salvo. They launch 2 but land 1. But now with only 3, 2, 1 second left in the match, we only have 3 out of these 4 robots sparking for the end of qualification match number 2.
Okay, we are back to field 1 for qualification match number 3. Our first member of the Red Team Alliance is 10538.
From Highlander Way Middle School in Howell, Michigan, it's Team Kilts.
Then the other member of the Red Team Alliance is 10484.
From Merrill Middle School in Merrill, Michigan, they're the Merrill Botaniers.
Then for the Blue Team Alliance, we have 7140.
From Grosse Pointe, Michigan, they're the Nightmares.
And 10255.
One of your defending state champions from Creekside Middle School in Sealy, Michigan, they're the Robo Ducks. All right, I've got thumbs up for scores for qualification match number 2. As it looks like we have the Blue Alliance taking home. Match number 2 is they beat the next high score and they set a new one for this division of 131 to Red Alliance's 83, and the Blue Alliance does get 4 ranking points after that win.
We are getting this game started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away, we've got action from 3 out of the 4 robots on this field so far, as the Robo Ducks are the first ones to fire off a salvo into the blue goal right next to Team Kilts on the other side. As the Robo Ducks grab some more artifacts as they land those next 2, but Team Kilts fires off one themselves, as both alliances are matched up on at least artifacts into the goal. But Team Kilts firing off another one, looking to possibly clear out their alliance's side of artifacts, as the Robo Ducks looking to do the same.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As going into our driver control period, the Red Alliance is out to a 5-point lead, but that's A-okay, as it looks like the Nightmares fire off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance's goal, scoring 3 each. But the Robo Ducks fire off a perfect one from the far launch zone for their alliance, as the Nightmares want to empty out that classifier, as the Blue Alliance is on fire at the start of our driver control period, as both Team Kilts and the Merrill Botaniers trying to do the same, as the Robo Ducks decide to steal some artifacts out of the Red Alliance's secret tunnel, as they immediately fire off another salvo into the Blue Alliance's goal. But Team Kilts and the Merrill Botaniers aren't that far behind, though, even though the Blue Alliance is growing their lead. Red Alliance still has enough time to possibly come back and win this match, as it looks like the Robo Ducks once again fire off 1, 2, 3. Their alliance partners, the Nightmares, do the exact same thing, as the 10255 is absolutely on fire in this match as the Nightmares doing the same. From the near zone, the Roboducks firing it from the far zone. Nightmares empty out the Blue Alliance's gate. Try to open up more scoring spots for them as Team Kilts fires off a salvo and does the exact same thing for the Red Alliance. With 42 seconds left in this match, Nightmares are firing away from the near launch zone as they are doing the next same thing as the Roboducks fire off another perfect salvo from the far launch zone as they have some more artifacts in hand as they fire off 1, 2, 3 more purple artifacts. 10484 trying to do the same for the Red Alliance as they also fire off a perfect salvo for the Red Alliance. But there's only 16 seconds left in this match, and Blue Alliance is out to a titanic lead over Red, but that doesn't mean that these robots can't score any more points, as it looks like both the Roboducks and the Nightmares are trying to look for a double park. The Team Kilts and the Merrill Botaniers trying to do the same before the end of qualification match number 3.
For our fourth qualifying match, we have Team 1128.
This team was one of your Marie Curie division winners from the last year. Yeah, from last year's state championship. They're the Overclock Bots.
And we have 1, 2, 5, 4, 9.
One of your many teams from Larson Middle School in Troy, Michigan. They're the Robo Rebels.
We have 2, 6, 8, 5, 9.
One of your teams from the Future Innovators Academy in Ann Arbor, Michigan. It's the Spark Squad.
And for the last member is 20511.
From West Middle School in Plymouth, Michigan, they're the Bionic Bulldogs. All right, I've got the thumbs up for scores for our qualification match number 3. And it looks like the monument is getting built, and it is a Blue Alliance victory as they take that match home in 3 matches in a row. A new high score is set for the Marie Curie division as this Blue Alliance takes it home with a score of 196 to 126. But this Blue Alliance does get 4 ranking points after that win.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away, there's action from all 4 robots on the field as it looks like the Overclock Bots fire off a perfect salvo from the far launch zone as the Blue Alliance trying to do the same as there are more artifacts going into both sides as it looks like the Blue Alliance isn't too shabby themselves as they're out to a slight lead over the Red Alliance right here. With only 8 seconds left in Autonomous, but the Red Alliance just even it out. 20511, trying to fire off more artifacts as the Overclock Bot's doing the same for the Red Alliance.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we're in our driver control period, only 4 points separate these alliances. As the Overclock Bots right away are trying to fire off 1, 2, 3. There's a perfect salvo into the red goal for their alliance. 20511. That's the Bionic Bulldogs out of Plymouth, firing off some artifacts themselves as they're going to get some from their own secret tunnel. But the Spark Squad, their Blue Alliance partners, firing off some more artifacts for their alliance into the blue goal. As 12549, the Robo Rebels in Troy, trying to empty out the Red Alliance classifier so that their alliance partners, the Overclock Bots, can fire off 1, 2. They did land one of those 3 that they had for their alliance. But any more action, trying to get more artifacts into these robots, as both of the red robots trying to fire off whatever artifacts they can into the goal. But both the Bionic Bulldogs and the Spark Squad trying to do the same for blue, trying to maintain their lead. But the Red Alliance is right on their heels with a minute left in this match. As the Bionic Bulldogs fire off another salvo into the blue goal, but the Spark Squad does empty out the blue gate to open up more 3-point scoring spots into the classifier for their alliance. As the Robo Rebels decided they wanted to fire off artifacts from the near launch zone. Overclockbot still trying to take care of business on the far zone. They do land 2 from that last salvo, but it's an even game, almost even game. It's still close with 33 seconds left in the match. It'll come down to the wire as it's a low-scoring game. But looks like, at least for now, both the Spark Squad and the Bionic Bulldogs are holding on to their lead over the Red Alliance, but it is still very close as the Overclockbots fire off a salvo. But now that whistle means we are in our end game period, as we're going to see what any more of these robots can try to fire off more points or even possibly park for the end. As the Overclockbots fire off a perfect salvo into their red goal, trying to get more points into the classifier, as both these teams are attempting a double park before the end of qualification match number 4.
Moving on to match number 5, we have on the red team 1-6-7-1-4.
From Mill Creek Middle School in Dexter, Michigan, they're the Dread Bolts.
Next up on the Red Alliance, we have 1-4-7-9-1.
From South Hills Middle School in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, they're the Galactic Gears.
Then for the Blue Alliance, we have 1-9-4-2-9.
Another one of your teams from Mona Shores Middle School, it's Infrared.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 2-2-7-3-8.
From East Middle School in Canton, Michigan, they're the Indecisive Devices.
Hello, Mary Carey Field. Just a quick announcement. I think we've got everything set up. We're going to allow student team members down here to watch, and if need be, if you have to have it, I'd rather not, but one of your mentor adults can come down too. Watch the cameras. They're taped down, but that's not a guarantee. The seats, you can use them. If a judge is down here, let the judges sit in the seats. It might have something to do with your awards, so be nice to them. Thank you.
All right, we got the thumbs up for scores from our previous qualification match. As we see the Monument getting belts, and it is a Red Alliance victory. They take a holy crap with a score of, that is 301 to 56. Wow.
Let's get this game started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Action from all 4 robots on the field right away, as it looks like both Infrared and the Dread Bolts on each respective side trying to fire off whatever artifacts they can get. As there's currently 5 artifacts in the blue classifier, as 19429 decides to empty it out along the way so they can get more points for those artifacts that they're firing off. As it looks like Infrared trying to go back for even more artifacts. They fire 1 while they're moving around.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we go into our driver control period, some nice autonomous play out of 19429 as the Blue Alliance out to a lead as they're already firing off artifacts for their alliance, but both the Dread Bolts and the Galactic Gears also firing off their own artifacts for the Red Alliance side, trying to catch up to the Blues lead. Well, it looks like the Blue Alliance partners, the Indecisive Devices, firing off those artifacts for themselves and at least landing some of them into blue goal as they're trying to get in position on the other side with the Galactic Gears. As on red, they fire off a perfect salvo for their alliance. Infrared still trying to do the same for blue as they decide that they want to empty out the blue classifier, open up more 3-point scoring spots for their alliance into the classifier ramp as both the Galactic Gears and Infrared fire off salvos for their alliance. As the Dread Bolts for red, 16714 also looking to do the same. As now they have a full classifier, they are immediately emptying out the Red Alliance's gate as they open up more spots for the Galactic Gears to fire off a perfect salvo and get at least 3 points for their alliances. As they're loading up, moving back over to the red side. Alongside the Dread Bolts, they fire off 1, 2, 3. They land 2 of them. Dread Bolts trying to move in position. They decide to empty out the gate of their 4 artifacts. 39 seconds left, 38 seconds left. The Blue Alliance is maintaining a large lead over the red. Yeah, blue over red. That's still okay. There's more time for these robots to start coming back in this match, but the Blue Alliance maintaining their lead as with 23 seconds left. We're getting close to our end game period that is just starting right now as we're going to see whatever extra artifacts that these robots can fire off and possibly any parks that these alliances can attempt. As 22738 for blue is positioning for a park for them. 19429 doing the same for blue. But these Red Alliance robots are also trying to maintain a double park before the end of qualification match number 5.
Coming back to field 2 for our qualifying match number 6, we have for the red team 29694.
One of your teams from Michigan, the Silambu Strikers.
And then next up is 15815.
From Dutton Christian School in Caledonia, Michigan, ECS Defender Robotics.
Then for the Blue Alliance, we have 5385.
From West Catholic School in Grand Rapids, Michigan, they're the Enigma Riddlers.
And lastly, we have 10723.
One of your other teams taking the trip down from Houghton, Michigan, it's the Snowbots Blue. All right, I've got the thumbs up over here for scores for qualification match number 5. Match number 5 here as the scores are going up, and it looks like it's the Blue Alliance taking that home. They win with a score of 159 to 121, but the Blue Robots do get 3 ranking points after that win, but the Red Alliance doesn't come away empty-handed as they at least 1 ranking point after that loss.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So already at the start of this qualification match, we still got artifacts going every which way. Both alliances firing off whatever they can into their respective goals with 29694, and both 5385 on each respective side firing off salvos into their opposing goals. As right now there's an even number of artifacts in each, but it looks like 5385 is trying to get a perfect classifier ramp with purple, green, matching all the motif points
Drivers,
for
pick
their
up your
alliance
controllers.
as 10723
3,
just trying to
2,
some last ones
1.
into the overflow. As now we're taking control here. Driving around, 1:52 left in this match. Blue is still holding on to their lead. As now we're looking to see 29694 firing off some for red. Their alliance partners in red, that's the DCS Defender Robotics doing the same. As the Silambu Strikers also firing off some for their alliance, emptying out their red classifier ramp. But 5385, that's the Enigma Riddlers, also doing some respectfully for their alliance side. As they're trying to fire some off and trying to currently play a 1v2. But that's A-okay though. As the Blue Alliance is actually still in this match, they're maintaining a lead over red. But the Red Alliance decides that they want to empty out their classifier, open up more spots for their alliance. They fire off a couple into their goal, but 5385 fires off a full salvo and then empties out their classifier ramp. As the Snowbots, Blue is back and moving in this game, as they're trying to collect those artifacts for their alliance as well alongside the Enigma Riddlers. As they now have another lead to climb back for us. The Red Alliance is automatically taking this match back though, still maintaining their lead, but the Blue Alliance is coming up closer, with only 3 points separating at that current moment. 10723 on Blue, trying to change those odds as they do land an artifact into their classifier ramp. As 15815 over here in red. Firing off those artifacts they can, but now that whistle means that we're in their end game period. As the Blue Alliance is still maintaining a lead over red with only 10 seconds left in this match. More artifacts flying into blue from 5385 as we have these alliances trying to get a double park before the end of qualification match number 6.
For our qualifying match number 7, we have on the red team 5663.
One of your other teams from Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Red.
Number 2 on the red team is 10104.
From Belmont, Michigan, it's that other team.
Then on the blue team, we have 8027.
Another one of your teams from Richland, it's the Twisted Devils Blue.
And we have 12740.
Another one of your teams from Larson Middle School in Troy, Michigan, it's Robo Next Gen. All right, I've got the thumbs up for scores for qualification match number 6. As we see this monument getting constructed, and it's the Blue Alliance taking home that win. They win it with a score of 154 to 114. And while the Blue Alliance does get 4 ranking points after that win, the Red Alliance doesn't come away empty-handed to say at least get 1 ranking point after that match.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away, we got all 4 robots moving on the field again, trying to fire off whatever artifacts they can get. But it looks like over here for the Blue Alliance, it's only 80-27 successful at firing off a full salvo for their alliance. But these red robots are trying to also fire off whatever they got, as 56-63 is firing away from the far launch zone for red. 1-0-1-0-4. That's that other team fired off those artifacts, or maybe they're just hanging out and saving battery power.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we go into our driver control period, we have a Blue Alliance out to a large lead over red, but now we have that one other team there from Belmont moving around and firing off whatever they got for their alliance. As the 56-63 team, that's Twisted Devils Red, emptying out the red classifier, trying to make sure that there's more scoring spots for that other team to fire off some perfect salvo. And in that, the kinetic energy, emptying out the rest of the classifier for their alliance, as those red robots are starting to come up on the Blue Alliance's lead. But 80-27 and 1-2-7-4-0. Trying to maintain their lead, as right now it looks like Robo Next Gen emptying out the classifier ramp, opening up more scoring spots, but that other team does the same for the red, as that other team trying to play some defense on 80-27, trying to make sure that they're out of their stride, but Robo Next Gen fires off 1, 2, 3 for the Blue Alliance side. Twisted Devils Blue on the blue side, also firing off the same. They got 1, 2, 3, that's a perfect salvo out of 80-27 for the Blue Alliance. Twisted Devils Red trying to position to the far launch zone, trying to fire off whatever artifacts they got, as Robo Next Gen fires off a perfect salvo for Blue from the near launch zone to the goals. Blue Alliance still maintaining a lead though over Red, but that doesn't mean that that other team in Twisted Devils Red trying to change those odds as we're going right into our end game period, as it looks like Robo Next Gen is having some defense played on them by that other team, but Twisted Devils Red is undefended as they fire off some more artifacts from the far launch zone, as now both of these alliances trying to position and get a double park before the end of qualification match number 7.
Next up, qualification match 8. For the red team, we have 81-42.
From Northwest Kidder Middle School in Jackson, Michigan, they're the Junior Mountie Megabots Red.
And we have 3-0-4-4-4.
One of your teams from Ann Arbor, Michigan, it's A to go!
For the blue team, we have 1-2-8-6-2.
From Walden Middle School in Lake Orion, Michigan, it's Walden Robotics!
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 1-9-6-7-9.
From Kearney, Michigan, it's the Beta Wolves FTC. All right, I got the thumbs up for scores from our previous qualification match. As we see the monument getting built, and it is a Blue Alliance victory as they take it home with a close score, wow, of 133 to 129. And these Blue Alliance robots do come away with 4 ranking points after that match.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So already 3 out of the 4 robots on the field are doing something. We got 4 robots moving now, as it looks like Walden Robotics tried to fire off a salvo for their alliance, but only ended up landing 2 of those for blue. 19679. That's the Beta Wolves FTC from Kearney trying to do the same thing. As it looks like the Red Alliance was trying to do the same for themselves, as A to go is positioning in the back. But 19679 fires off a couple more, but lands only 1.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now they were going into our driver control period for qualification number 8. The Blue Alliance is out to a 6-point lead over Red. But with it being in less than 10 points, that means that there's still a lot of time for these robots to try to come back and win. As the junior mounting Megabots Red fire off a perfect salvo into the Red Alliance's goal, as their Red Alliance partners A to go, trying to position in the near launch zone to try to find the exact right spot where they want to fire off from. But both these Blue Alliance robots are trying to position as Walden fires off 1. They land 1, they fire the second one, they don't land it. They decide that they want to empty out that third one as they go try to collect a couple more for their alliance anyway. They have 2 in hand. They're going to collect a third one. At the same time, the 8142 fires off into red, and 19679 fires off into blue. As the Beta Wolves FTC empties out the blue classifier ramp for themselves, but Walden fires off 1. They got it. They fire off 2, a bouncing shot off the rim into the Blue Alliance's goal for their alliance. But it's 8142 once again positioning in the near launch, completely undefended. Pretty much just firing off artifacts they can grab for completely free. 42 seconds left in this match, and the Blue Alliance is still maintaining their lead over Red. But it looks like both A to go and the junior mounting Megabots Red trying to change those odds as the 8142 does fill up that entire classifier ramp for their alliance, as they decide to fire another one into the overflow, as looks like Walden Robotics trying to fire off those artifacts just before our endgame period starts, as now both of these robots are attempting endgame parks for their alliance, as both of these red robots are trying to position for another climb, as the Beta Wolves FTC are giving the referees an arm workout over here. But we have both of these red alliance robots parking for the end of qualification match number 8.
Up next, qualification match number 9. On the Red Alliance, we have 3, 2, 7, 5, 9.
One of your rookie teams here this weekend, also from University Liggett School in Grosse Pointe, Michigan. It's Daydreams.
And in the Red Alliance, the second member is 2, 4, 3, 7, 1.
From East Grand Rapids Middle School, from Grand Rapids, Michigan, they're the Proto Pioneers.
Now in the Blue Alliance, we have 1, 8, 9, 7, 5.
From Calvin Christian Middle School in Granville, Michigan, they're the Robo Squires.
And with them, we have 1, 5, 2, 2, 9.
Another one of your teams from Parker Middle School in Howell, Michigan, it's Team Kudos. All right, we got the thumbs up for scores for qualification match number 8. As it looks like we have the monument getting built right here, and we have the Red Alliance winning that match. They take it home with a score of 119 to 62, and these red robots do get 4 ranking points after that win.
Let's get this match started. In 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start of this autonomous period, we've got artifacts firing off which way from both alliances. As right now, it's the Red Alliance robots that are the most successful with 5 artifacts landed in the classifier instead of 3. But 18975 fires off the last one that they had. They landed up with 4 in the blue classifier, but the Red Alliance is still maintaining their lead. 24371 empties out the classifier a little bit as they fire off 3 artifacts, but actually only land 1.
Drivers,
With
pick up
5
your controllers.
seconds left in our autonomous
3,
period.
2, 1.
No. We're just going into our driver control period instead with a score of 34 to 27, separating these alliances. As some quick action over by the Blue Alliance's gate means that is empty out for the Blue Alliance, so they opened up some fresh scoring spots for their alliance. But the Proto Pioneers over in red, alongside Daydreams, their other Red Alliance partner, still moving around trying to empty out whatever robots they can, as it looks like one of these red robots fires off a perfect salvo for this alliance. As 24371 trying to fire off some artifacts from the far side. They end up landing a couple, but they're only scoring 1 point apiece because their classifier isn't emptied out, as the Red Alliance changes that immediately. Team Kudos over here in blue empties out their own classifier ramp for their alliance. As they try to take some from the Red Alliance secret tunnel, they decide to go over to their blue secret tunnel instead. As they're trying to fire off, they won, they got it. Both these Blue Alliance robots are firing off into the blue goal for their alliance, trying to maintain the lead over the Red Alliance. Is now at 71 to 59 with 45 seconds left in this driver control period. As it looks like another 1, 2, 3, courtesy of Daydreams over here, helping out their Red Alliance partners, the Proto Pioneers, trying to encroach on the Blue Alliance's lead. But there's not much time, but the Red Alliance is coming up close as the Blue Alliance needs to maintain it. Going into our endgame period that is just starting right now, which means we're going to see if any of these other robots can fire off more artifacts as it looks like the Blue Alliance is going to attempt a perfect double park, as it looks like we might have the first one, but their robot accidentally falls over. But that's A-okay for them, as it looks like both of these alliances at least get a double park before the end of qualification match number 9.
Alrighty then, qualification match number 10. Here we go. On the Red Alliance, we have 3, 1, 2, 6, 1.
From Ann Arbor, Michigan, it's Hack Attack.
And up next we have 2, 6, 8, 5, 9.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, one of your other teams for Ann Arbor, it's the Spark Squad.
And then on the Blue Alliance, we have 1, 8, 5, 3, 8.
10538. One of your teams from Howell, Michigan, it's Team Kilts.
And last but not least, 9087.
Rounding out the alliance, one of your teams from Richland, it's the Twisted Devils Green. All right, I've got thumbs up for scores. Qualification match number 9. As we're looking to see what color the monument is, and it's the Blue Alliance taking home that win with a score of 116 to 101. And these Blue Alliance robots do get the base 3 ranking points after that win.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start, we've got all 4 robots sounding off and trying to fire off whatever artifacts they can, as these Blue Alliance robots are successful on their first salvo from each robot, as these Red Alliance robots trying to do the same as Hack Attack empties out the Red Alliance classifier at the start of their autonomous period, as the Spark Squad trying to fire off more artifacts from the far launch zone, as Hack Attack is once again trying to fire off a salvo into their red goal, as it looks like the Blue Alliance is just fine with loading up their classifier.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we're going into our driver control period, some nice autonomous play out of this dual Future Innovators Academy Alliance here in red means that the Blue Alliance is going to have to take some time to go and possibly come back into this match, as Team Kilts has had a hard time trying to get past these red robots, as both Hack Attack and Spark Squad firing off, getting those artifacts into their classifier ramp is 9087. Trying to get those artifacts from inside their Blue Alliance secret tunnel. As Team Kilts fires some off, I even got an artifact given to me, courtesy of Hack Attack over here. Well, it looks like Team Kilts fires off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance's goal, as their other alliance partner, the Twisted Devil's Green, trying to do the same from the far launch zone anyway. As they fire off one, it bounces around, they got it, but Team Kilts fires off another perfect salvo. Hack Attack trying to empty out the Red Alliance classifier at the same time. Spark Squad is firing off those artifacts from the far near launch zone. 50 seconds left in this match, and the Red Alliance is maintaining a large lead right now over these blue robots, but Team Kilts trying to change that as they land 2 artifacts into their blue goal. But it looks like Hack Attack fires off some more artifacts from themselves from the near launch zone, but their alliance partners, the Spark Squad in red, fires off 1, 2. They're firing off a third one, but they accidentally missed it. That's still A-OK, as these Red Alliance are still out to a lead. But both Team Kilts and Twisted Devil's Green trying to change that before our endgame period starts right now, as it looks like Team Kilts is trying to position into their Blue Alliance parking zone. But it looks like both the Spark Squad and Hack Attack just trying to add some extra points onto the board. As now both of these alliances and their robots are trying to attempt a double park before the end of qualification match number 10.
Next up for qualification match number 11, on the Red Alliance, we have 1, 3, 2, 8, 4.
One of your teams from Houghton, Michigan, it's the Snowbot Silver.
And the other member of the Red Alliance is 1, 0, 4, 8, 4.
Rounding out the alliance from Merrill, Michigan, they're the Merrill Botaneers.
Then for the Blue Alliance, we have 2, 2, 7, 3, 8.
From Canton, Michigan, they're the Indecisive Devices.
And the other member of the Blue Alliance is 2, 6, 6, 0, 6.
One of your teams from Saline, Michigan, it's Hive. All right, looks like I've got the thumbs up for scores for our previous qualification match. As you see the big belt over here, and it's the Red Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 235 to 87. But these red robots do get 4 ranking points after that qualification match.
Let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away we got 4 of these robots doing something. As right now it looks like these artifacts trying to fly every which way, but it looks like these Red Alliance ones are most of the ones that are successful so far, as both Hive and Indecisive Devices trying to fire off those artifacts into the blue goal. But they've only landed 2 artifacts so far, but Red has landed 3. As Hive is trying to position and score more of those artifacts for their alliances, they do land 1 themselves. They land a second one themselves just before.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But now this score is heavily in the Red Alliance's favor. Nope, the scores had to get adjusted from Autonomous, but the Red Alliance is still out to a lead over Blue, as 1 minute and 46 seconds means that there's a lot of decode left to play here. As 22738 fires off 1, they land it. Hive fires off 1, they land it. But 22738, that's Indecisive Devices, fire off a perfect salvo for their alliance. But 13284, that's the Snowbot Silver coming down from the UP, emptying out the red classifier. So the Merrill Botaniers can possibly land more artifacts from the far launch zone. But it looks like both Hive and the Indecisive Devices here on Blue inching out a lead over the Red Alliance from starting off with a deficit, as now they're still maintaining it. But these Red Alliance robots are trying to fire off whatever artifacts they can, though, as it looks like the Merrill Botaniers on red accidentally fired off a salvo right into the April tag instead of over it and into the goal. But the Snowbot Silver trying to maneuver around Hive as they fire off a couple artifacts, but only land 1 into the classifier ramp for their alliance. But it looks like once again it's the Indecisive Devices firing off a perfect salvo for this alliance. Hive looking to do the exact same as the Blue Alliance gate is emptied out, so they open up more 3-point scoring spots for each alliance as 13284 firing off more for their alliance, but Hive is right back at it as now that they are in their stride, moving back and forth, collecting artifacts from their human player. As there's only 20 seconds left in the match, we are in our end game period now, as we're starting to see some of these robots attempt any double parks for their alliance. As some nice maneuvering from these robots, though, as 22738 is lifting up. They're trying to attempt a double park with Hive, as it looks like they're doing just that. But it looks like these Red Alliance robots are also doing the exact same for the end of qualification match number 11.
For our qualification match number 12, we on the red team, we have 12740.
From Larson Middle School in Troy, it's Robo Next Gen.
And as the second member of the Red Alliance, we have 10024.
From Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Black.
Then for the Blue Alliance, we have 7140.
From Grosse Pointe, Michigan, they're the Nightmares.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 14791.
From Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, they're the Galactic Gears. All right, we've got thumbs up for scores for our previous qualification match. As we see the monument getting built here, and it is a Blue Alliance victory as they win that match with a score of 147-83. And while these blue robots do get 4 ranking points after that win, the Red Alliance robots don't come away empty-handed as they at least get 1 ranking point.
Let's get this match started. And 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start of this match, all 4 robots on the field are trying to fire off whatever artifacts they can into their respective goals, as there's an even match of 5-5 so far into the classifiers, but 7140 fires off some more into their classifier, but the Red Alliance decides to empty it out to open up more 3-point scoring spots for their alliance. As the Nightmares, once again, they fire one, but they accidentally miss it. But these red robots are working in tandem as Robo Next Gen fires off some
Drivers,
elves.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We're going into our driver control period. 15 points separate these alliances in Red's favor. As right away, the Nightmares fire off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal as they're trying to fire off some extra ones that were right in front of their goal, right alongside their alliance partners, the Galactic Gears, as they're landing most of their shots into the blue goal. Guess what? So are the Twisted Devils Black and Robo Next Gen, as Nightmares decide to empty out their classifier ramp for the blue side, as the Galactic Gears decide to fire some off at the same time that they're doing that. 12740, trying to move to the corner of the launch zone, trying to find the exact right spot for when they want to fire from. They fire one, they land it. Their other alliance partners, that's 10024, fire some off themselves as they're landing in the classifier, but a recently emptied classifier ramp for blue means that they are only just extending their lead, or at least maintaining it over the Red Alliance side. But these Red Alliance robots aren't slouches themselves, as this red robot decides that they want to empty out the classifier, so there's even more scoring spots for their alliance to land 3 points per artifact into the classifier instead of 1 point per the overflow, as the Red Alliance is slowly trying to catch up to the Blue Alliance's lead, but Blue is at least maintaining it going into the last 30 seconds of the match, as the Nightmares once again fire off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance's goal, as it looks like the Galactic Gears do the exact same thing. helping the Blue Alliance maintain their lead. But now that we are going into our endgame period, we're going to see if any of these teams can get any successful double parks, as the Nightmares have been on fire, loading into the Blue Alliance's goal as they very nicely maneuver around 10024. As the Blue Alliance now has a double park, the Red Alliance is looking to do the exact same for the end of qualification match number 12.
On to match 13, we have on the Red Alliance 1969.
From Kearney, Michigan, it's Beta Wolves FTC.
And with them, we have 29694.
One of your teams from Novi, they're the Salumbu Strikers.
And then on the Blue Alliance, we have 19429.
From Mona Shores Middle School, it's Infrared.
And with them, we have 10255.
Your team currently ranked number 1 from Zealand, it's the Robo Ducks. All right, looks like I've got the thumbs up for scores for qualification match number 12. As we're looking to see the monument getting built over here, and we have a Blue Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 189 to 147. And if you see the scoreboard, this is our first 6 ranking point match here on the Marie Curie division, and the Nightmares do actually move into the number 1 spot after that win.
Alrighty then, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Is right away at the start of our autonomous period. These Blue Alliance robots are firing off those artifacts into the blue goal, as it looks like the Roboducks now in their autonomous period, looking to fire off another perfect salvo, as their alliance partners in blue, that's Infrared, looking to do the same, but for the far launch zone, as the Roboducks now trying to collect more artifacts. They have another 2 in hand, but the Red Alliance robots aren't doing too shabby themselves, as they're almost filling up their classifier.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As the Blue Alliance is out to a lead, going into our driver control period over our Red Alliance, but right away 29694. That's the Salumbu Strikers, trying to change those odds alongside the Beta Wolves FTC. For Red, they're firing off those artifacts, doing a very swell job into their Red Alliance goal, but it looks like the Roboducks on the blue side are firing off a perfect salvo from the far launch zone, as their alliance partners, Infrared, tried to do the same for blue side. But now the Roboducks are in their stride, as they are completely undefended over in the far launch zone, just collecting those extra game pieces from their human player. As they got more artifacts in hand, they fire 1, 2, they land those exact 2. Their alliance partners, Infrared, land a 3rd one. They're also trying to get that 4th one that they have in hand, but they're spinning it, but the Roboducks right away fire off another perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance's goal, helping to maintain the Blue Alliance's lead over Red. But that doesn't mean that the Salumbu Strikers and Beta Wolves FTC aren't trying to do anything about it, as the strikers over here in red firing off more artifacts into the classifier, as their Beta Wolves FTC from Kearney trying to collect more artifacts from right in front of the blue goal. As they now have those in hand, they accidentally fire one out, but they land 5 out of those 6 that they fired off into their goal. 30 seconds left in the match, and there's a massive lead right now in the Blue Alliance's favor, as both the Robo Ducks and Infrared trying to fire off more artifacts that they got, as that train whistle means that they're in our endgame period, as it looks like both of these alliances now are trying to attempt a double park for their alliance, as it looks like the Blue Alliance has a clean double park for their alliance. Red Alliance trying to do the exact same, but they only have 1 second left before the end of qualification match number 13.
Alrighty then, for qualification match number 14, we have 80-27.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Blue.
And with them on the Red Alliance, we have 1-0-7-2-3.
Another blue team on the red side. From Houghton, it's the Snowbots Blue.
And for the Blue Alliance, we have 2-4-0-5-2.
One of your teams from Grand Rapids, they're the North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have 1-6-7-1-4.
From Dexter, Michigan, they're the Dread Bolts. All right, I've got the thumbs up for scores for qualification match number 13. As for match 13 here, we see the monument going up, and it's the Blue Alliance taking home that match. They win it with a score of 158-105. And both of these blue robots do get 4 ranking points after that win.
Let's get this match started. And 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start of qualification match number 14, we have 3 out of the 4 robots moving around, at least scoring some points. But for the Blue Alliance side, 1-6-7-1-4, the Dreadbolts fires off a salvo into the blue goal for their alliance. But 80-27, that's just the Devils Blue, do the same thing for their alliance over in red, as the Dreadbolts are successful once again with firing off those artifacts. 80-27 is matching them artifact for artifact, though. But the Dreadbolts fire off 1, 2, 3.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As the Dreadbolts land a perfect 3 pattern into the classifier ramp in the autonomous period, as that helps set their lead out to 21 points over the Red Alliance robots. But the Snowbots Blue from Houghton trying to change those odds as they fired off some artifacts of their own into the Red Alliance goal. But the Dreadbots alongside North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs trying to fire off those artifacts as well. But 80-27 in position, firing off 1, 2, looking to fire off a 3rd one. Nice going around the rim. That's a perfect salvo for their alliance. But the Dreadbolts are on fire over here on blue. Also firing off those artifacts as 24052 accidentally bounces one out of the field. But now the Red Alliance classifier ramp is emptied, so they've opened up more 3-point scoring spots for their alliance. But another perfect salvo into an emptied classifier ramp means that the Dreadbolts are trying to do the same for blue, as both of these Red Alliance robots are positioning in front and behind each other, also trying to fire off those artifacts for their alliance, as 10723 fired off a couple into the classifier as they're successful. As we had the North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs positioning once again alongside the Dreadbolts, but the Dreadbolts fire off 1, 2, 3, yet another perfect salvo from that team. Their alliance partners in blue, though, also trying to find the right position that they need to keep firing off those artifacts for their alliance, as the blue alliance is maintaining the lead over red, but there's still enough time for these red bots to possibly come back and win this match. As right away now we are going into our end game period, as both of these alliances are trying to attempt double parks for their alliance, as it looks like the Dreadbolts were trying to fire off some last minute artifacts into their blue goal, but now these robots are still trying to position in their parking zone and get a possible double park for their alliance. The Red Alliance is looking to do the first one over here for red. Blue Alliance is trying to do the same, but there's not exactly enough time for these robots to do that for the end of qualification match number 14.
Next up, qualification match 15 on the Red Alliance. We have 18975.
From Granville, Michigan, they're the Robo Squires.
And with them, we have 5663.
From Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Red.
Now for the Blue Alliance, we have 15815.
From Caledonia, it's DCS Defender Robotics.
And with them, we have 30444.
One of your teams from Ann Arbor, Michigan, it's A to Go. All right, we've got the thumbs up for scores for qualification match number 14. As it looks like we see the monument right here, and we have a Blue Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 152 to 130. And while these Blue Alliance robots come away with 5 ranking points after that win, the Red Alliance doesn't come away empty-handed, as they at least get 1 ranking point after that win.
Thank you. Team 21790, are you on this side of the field? Team 21790.
Let's get this match started! And 3, 2, 1, go!
All 4 robots moving right away, but 15815 immediately firing off some artifacts into the Blue Alliance goal. 8 to go. Their other Blue Alliance partner doing the exact same. But the Red Alliance robots aren't doing too bad themselves either, as they're also trying to fire off more artifacts for their alliance, as they're emptying out that classifier for theirs, trying to open up more scoring spots, as 18975 looking to position and fire off some more artifacts for them at the same time that Twisted Devils Red does the same.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we're going into our driver control period, the Blue Alliance first has the lead over Red, but there's already scored right away, separating our alliances right now. As it looks like both of these blue robots trying to position into the near launch zone, trying to fire off those artifacts into the goal as A to go, looking to do the same, trying to maneuver right next to 18975 in Red, as they're also trying to fire off their own artifacts for that alliance. As the Twisted Devils Red in Red from the far launch zone, firing off those artifacts into the red goal for their alliance. As it looks like A to go positioning in the corner of the near zone, doing the same, fire 1, 2. They almost landed a full salvo into the classifier ramp for their alliance. But Blue Alliance is holding on to a lead, though, over the Red Alliance. As now there is a minute of play time left in this match. As the, looks like over here, still, wow, a little bit of defense actually getting played from what I've seen so far, as A to go just decided to move on the defensive, trying to prevent more of these artifacts from getting into the Red Alliance goal, as it looks like some really good defense coming out of A to go is preventing these red robots from doing exactly that. As DCS Defender Robotics accidentally fired an artifact out of their goal, but the Red Alliance robots are immediately heading back over to scoring those artifacts into the goal, just from that leftover defense. But now we're going into our endgame period, as the Red Alliance is slowly starting to come back on the Blue Alliance's lead, as there's still enough time for them to possibly come back and win this match, as both of these red robots trying to fire off more artifacts into the red goal for some last-minute points, but there's only 1 second left for both of these alliances to get a double park for the end of qualification match number 15.
Up next, qualification match number 16. On the Red Alliance, we have 2, 4, 3, 7, 1.
One of your teams from Grand Rapids, Michigan. They're the Pro Pioneers.
And with them, we have 2, 0, 5, 1, 1.
From Plymouth, Michigan, they're the Bionic Bulldogs.
Then on the Blue Alliance, we have 1, 9, 9, 4, 0.
From Northville, Michigan, they're the Techno Raptors.
And last but not least, we have 8, 1, 4, 2.
Currently ranked number 8 from Jackson, Michigan, they're the Junior Mountie Megabots Red. All right, I've got the thumbs up for scores from our previous qualification match. artifact getting rebuilt right now as we have the Blue Alliance winning that match. They take it home with a score of 131 to 115, and these blue robots come away with 4 ranking points after that win.
Let's get this halfway match going. In 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away, we still got action from all 4 robots on the field as all these artifacts coming into the Red Alliance goal from these red robots. I mean, there's currently now 5, 6, 7 artifacts in the red goal. 8142 and 19940. Trying to change those odds for Blue Alliance anyway, but red is currently scoring more artifacts into their goal.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period, the Red Alliance is out to a lead over our Blue Alliance robots here, but the Techno Raptors accidentally fires an artifact wide when they were trying to score those for that Blue Alliance. The 8142 fires off those 2 that they still had before they accidentally dropped their one off. But the Bionic Bulldogs, they're out of Plymouth, firing off all of those artifacts that they're collecting so far for them, being successful into the red goal anyway for their alliance. And their other Red Alliance partners, the Proto Pioneers, also doing the same as the Bionic Bulldogs. Empty out their Red Alliance classifier with their gate. As it looks like now the Blue Alliance is still starting to try to catch up to the Red Alliance's lead, but some unfortunate misses from the Techno Raptors means that they're still out to a deficit, but there's still more than enough time for these blue robots to possibly come back and win this match. As even though 8142, that's the Junior Multi Megabots red, accidentally missed a couple of those attempts. They do it, landed at least one. But right away, we got Techno Raptors positioning once again, trying to find the exact right spot where they want alongside their Blue Alliance partners. But there's only 31 seconds left in the match, and Red Alliance is still out to quite a lead over the Blue Alliance, as even though some defense is getting played on the Bionic Bulldogs by 8142. They were successful with that salvo just before the start of our endgame period, as now we're seeing which of these robots can land some extra artifacts into the classifier for their alliance. As now a bit of defense trying to roll around for these robots, as it looks like all 4 of the robots were actually trying to park in the red zone for the end of that qualification match.
Okay, our next match is match 17, with the red team having 1-0-1-0-4.
From Belmont, Michigan, it's that other team.
And next up we have 1-5-2-2-9.
One of your teams from Howell, Michigan, it's Team Kudos.
Then for the Blue Alliance, we have 1-2-5-4-9.
Currently ranked number 4 from Troy, Michigan. They're the Rebels.
And last up, we have 1-2-8-6-2.
From Lake Orion, Michigan, they're the Walden Robotics. All right, we are now ready to see some scores from our previous qualification match. As it looks like right away, we got the Red Alliance taking that home with a score of 173 to 85, but these Red Robots do get 5 ranking points after that win.
Alrighty, let's get this one going. And 3, 2, 1, go!
That's right away now at the start of this qualification match. You got all these artifacts flying around, but Walden Robotics lands a perfect salvo into their Blue Alliance's goal right alongside their alliance partners, the Robo Rebels. But these Red Robots also trying to do the exact same thing as they're also firing off consistently into their Red Alliance goal, as there's another perfect salvo out of that other team from Belmont.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period, the Blue Alliance is actually out to the lead. No, we just evened out this game with 1 minute and 50 seconds left in the match. It'll be anyone's game with the scores being within 1 point. As we have 15229 trying to fire off those artifacts from the far launch zone. As a team Kudos loading up from their human player. Right alongside Walden Robotics on the other side trying to play some defense against them. As some of that defense is working, some of it's not. As they're still landing some artifacts into the classifier. But both of these blue robots are trying to position at each respective launch zone, trying to find the exact right spot where they want to be. But Team Kudos has the time to fire off 1, 2, 3, but only land one of them into the classifier. But that other team also only lands one into the overflow, actually. But they decided they want to empty out the classifier ramp so they can keep scoring 3 points per artifact instead of 1. The Blue Alliance is starting to get a deficit under Red, where they're trying to change that, but there's only 50 seconds left in this match for them to be able to do that. 45 seconds left now, and the Red Alliance is still maintaining a lead, though, as both Team Kudos and that other team trying to fire off those artifacts, but Walden Robotics trying to do the same from the far launch zone as they land 2 successful artifacts into their Blue Alliance goal, as their other partners, the Robo Rebels, trying to do the same. But that train whistle means that we are going into our endgame period with only 13 seconds left in it. We are seeing the Red Alliance attempt a double clean park for their alliance as they're trying to fit in just right, as it looks like these Red Alliance robots have successfully done that for the end of qualification match number 17.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 18. Starting us off on the Red Alliance, it's 202.45.
From Shores, it's Ultraviolet.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 32.759.
One of your teams from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, it's Daydreams.
Starting off our Blue Alliance, it's 11-22-8.
Currently ranked number 3 from Zeeland, Michigan. They're the Overclock Bots.
Last but not least, we have 53-85.
Currently ranked number 5 from Grand Rapids. They're the Enigma Riddlers. And we've got those scores right away for our previous qualification match. As we're seeing the monument built up, and it is a Red Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 129-88, and both of these red robots do get 4 ranking points.
Let's get this match. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we have game sounds and timers back as all of these robots are trying to fire off these artifacts from each respective side of the field. As the Red Alliance so far is a successful one into the classifier ramp, but the Overclock Bots fire off a perfect salvo from the far launch zone as 5385 trying to do the same for blue. But the Overclock Bots are just landing them for sure into the Blue Alliance's goal as they do fire off another couple.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we're going into our driver control period, the Blue Alliance is out to a lead over the Red Alliance, where there's still enough time left in this match of decode that these Red Alliance robots can't fix, as it looks like one of your rookie teams, that's Daydreams, already trying to fix those odds. But Ultraviolet over here in red, trying to fire off from the far launch zone, but they decide to go to the near launch zone instead as they successfully put that artifact in there for their alliance. But right away it looks like 5385 graciously emptying out the Blue Alliance classifier ramp so the Overclock Bots can just keep firing away as they empty a perfect salvo from their robot into the Blue Alliance goal as they're growing their lead over these Red Alliance robots with 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the match, as both 5385 and 11228 are just firing on all cylinders, as right now they are completely undefended as they've discovered their own rhythm, their own symbiosis with firing off those artifacts and emptying out the classifier, so each of those artifacts that they get into the goal is worth 3 points each instead of 1 for the overflow. Well, it looks like Ultraviolet trying to play some defense against the Overclock Bots at the same time that they're trying to fire off the artifacts of their own from the near launch zone into their red goal. 34 seconds left in the match, and the Red Alliance still has a massive lead to overcome if they want to try to come back and win this match. Well, it looks like Daydreams, one of your teams from Grosse Pointe, is making sure that those artifacts are staying in the Blue Alliance goal, but they are going into the overflow just before our end game period starts, as the Overclock Bots are doing whatever they can, trying to fire off those last minute artifacts as it looks like both of these alliances are trying to attempt a double park for these alliances, but there's only 1 second left for the end of qualification match number 18.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 19. Starting off the Red Alliance, it's 14-7-91.
Currently ranked number 7 from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. They're the Galactic Gears.
By their side is 26-8-59.
One of your teams from Ann Arbor, Michigan. It's the Spark Squad.
Over on the Blue Alliance, it's 80-27.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan. It's the Twisted Devils Blue.
Last but not least, it's 19-6-79.
From Kearney, Michigan, it's Beta Wolves FTC. All right, we've got the thumbs up for scores for qualification match number 18. As we see the monument getting constructed, and it is a Blue Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 205-114, and 4 ranking points for both of these teams means that they just secured their spot in the standings after that win.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away at the start of this autonomous, we got all 4 robots moving and firing off those artifacts, as both the Spark Squad and the Galactic Gears are successful in at least getting 3 of those artifacts into their classifier ramp so far. Meanwhile, 8027 is only getting 2 so far for Blue, but the Spark Squad is once again firing off from the far launch zone for those artifacts for themselves, as 8027 makes sure that there's 4 purple artifacts into the classifier ramp, but Red Alliance has 5 total.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But now that we are in our driver control period, the Red Alliance is out to a 3-point lead so far over our Blue Alliance, which means that there's more than enough time for both the Twisted Devils Blue and Beta Wolves FTC to just keep firing off those artifacts and scoring at least 3 of them into their classifier ramp. Classifiers where they are worth 3 points each instead of 1 point each into the overflow. Well, it looks like the Spark Squad is looking to empty out. They already did empty out that classifier ramp for their alliance, as their partners, the Galactic Gears, are trying to move around and find the exact right spot where they want to go collect some artifacts from their human player, as the Spark Squad fires off a perfect salvo from the near launch zone, as it looks like 8027. That's the Twisted Devils Blue doing the exact same thing for their alliance, as they immediately empty out their own classifier for these Blue Alliance robots, so they can keep getting 3 more points per artifact. But the Spark Squad fires off 1, 2, 3, yet another perfect salvo from the near launch zone for their Red Alliance, as the Galactic Gears looking to do the same as they do that right alongside the Spark Squad, maintaining their Red Alliance lead over these Blue robots. But it's a tall order to climb for these Blue Alliance robots to try to win this match with 39 seconds left. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to stop moving around and keep scoring points. as the Twisted Devils Blue is trying to collect some more artifacts from their human player zone. As the Beta Wolves FTC from Kearney trying to fire off those artifacts once again for their alliance. They landed all 6 that they had. 7? Okay. But right away, we're going into our endgame period. As that train whistle means that we're seeing these robots try to attempt double parks for each alliance, as both the Galactic Gears and the Spark Squad trying to do that for red. But 19679 does fire off a last-minute artifact into the classifier ramp for the end of qualification match number 19.
For qualification match number 20, on the Red Alliance, we have 24052.
From Grand Rapids, Michigan, they're the North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs.
Then with them, we have 12740.
One of your many teams from Larson Middle School in Troy, Michigan, it's Robo Next Gen.
Then for the Blue Alliance, we have 29694.
From Novi, Michigan, they're the Salambu Strikers.
And last but not least, 13284.
Taking the trip down from Houghton, Michigan, it's the Silver. And we've got the thumbs up for scores right away for qualification match number 19. As we see the Monument getting built, and it is a Red Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 127-92, and these robots maintain their spot in the standings with 4 ranking points.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away, all 4 of these robots are moving around, and they're already firing off artifacts, as 12740 is successful at firing off those artifacts from their far launch zone. 24052 also trying to do the same for red, but both the Salambu Strikers and Snowbot Silver also firing off those artifacts for the Blue Alliance. But right now, it's the Red Alliance. Well, Red Alliance is out to its deficit. Blue Alliance putting in work at the start of our autonomous period at the end.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We're going into our driver control period now. The Salambu Strikers are immediately emptying out their classifier ramp, so they have more opportunities to score 3-point artifacts instead of 1-point artifacts. Well, both these red robots, that's Robo Next Gen and North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs, scoring any of those artifacts that they can get. As your Mustangs team, firing off 1, they got it. Firing off 2, they got it. But their other alliance partners, Robo Next Gen, that's 12740, trying to do the exact same thing for the red side. But these Blue Alliance robots are still maintaining their lead as of this moment. And they're already growing it looks like, over the red side. But that doesn't mean that these robots are already firing off whatever they can, trying to empty out each classifier ramp as Robo Next Gen looks to be doing the same thing. A minute left in this match, and the Blue Alliance is still very much maintaining their lead, as it looks like the Snowbot Silver trying to move around and collect whatever other artifacts they can as they're trying to empty out the Blue Alliance classifier ramp, as they're trying to find the right spot. They decided they want to move around to try to fire off that one artifact that they had. They do land it, but there's only 34 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is slowly coming back onto Blue Alliance's lead, trying to come back and win this match as 1-2-7-4-0. Trying to move in position, trying to fire off the one artifact. They got it. They fired two. They've got that one as well. But now we're in our endgame period, as that's what that whistle means. As 24052 is attempting a double park as they're lifted up. Robo Next Gen is trying to move underneath as that robot accidentally falls over. But each alliance is at least getting one park for the end of qualification match number 20.
Are you ready? Up next, our qualifying match is number 21, with the first Red Alliance member being 5663.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Red.
And with them, it's 8142.
One of your other teams from Jackson, it's the Junior Mountie Megabots Red.
And then for the Blue Alliance, we have 10723.
One of your other teams from Houghton, Michigan, it's the Snowbots Blue.
And with them, we have 312671.
One of your teams from Ann Arbor, Michigan, it's Hack Attack. All right, we've got scores for our previous qualification match. As we're looking to see these go up. The monument is getting built, and it is a Blue Alliance victory. They take it home with a score of 114-98, but they just get the basic 3 ranking points after that win.
Let's get this match started. And 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away, we have once again all these 4 robots moving. But it looks like Hack Attack from the far side fires off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal. Well, 10723, the Snowbots Blue aren't too shabby themselves, as they're also scoring their own artifacts. But Hack Attack hasn't found the right spot yet. They found one, they found 2, they found another perfect salvo into the blue goal. But these red robots aren't too far behind, as they're also scoring any of those artifacts that they can get, as both of these red robots are also doing a very good job.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But now that we are in our driver control period, there is only a 5-point game right now between both of our alliances. But with 1 minute and 50 seconds left in this match, we have the Blue Alliance automatically emptying out their classifier so they can keep scoring more points. But the Red Alliance has already done that. They're already loading more artifacts into their classifier ramp. 56-63 and 81-42 doing the same for their alliance. As it looks like 3-1, 2-6-1, that's Hack Attack. Also trying to fire off those artifacts that they've got, but they're having some defense played on them by both of these Red Alliance robots as they're trying to fire off their own artifacts. But 1-0-7-2-3 also trying to do the same for Blue. They're getting their artifacts. They have 2 in hand. They tried to fire off some before, but they accidentally missed. They're trying to get in the right position now. As they're in it, they fire off 1. They got it. But Hack Attack fires off 1, 2. They at least land 2 anyway. 58 seconds left in the match. But the Red Alliance is still maintaining their lead over the Blue Alliance, where there's still enough time for Blue to possibly come back and win this match, though, as both of these red robots are going and collecting artifacts from opposite sides of the field. Nice 81-42. Landed 2 of those artifacts through the square, but they have 1 more artifact in hand. They do land that for their own alliance. 32 seconds left in the match. Red Alliance is still maintaining their lead, but Hack Attack is trying to find the right spot to fire off those artifacts, and they accidentally missed that last salvo. The Snowbots Blue have 2 artifacts in hand. Just before the end game period starts, they fire off 1, they fire off 2, they land those. Hack Attack at least lands 1 in the goal anyway. But now these robots are attempting double parks for each alliance as Blue is trying to do it. Red is trying to do it, but we don't have any time left in qualification match number 21.
Up next is qualification match 22. On the Red Alliance, we have 2-2-7-3-8.
Currently ranked number 9 from Canton, Michigan. They're the Indecisive Devices.
And with them, we have 7140.
Currently ranked number 1 from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. They're the Nightmares.
And then for the Blue Alliance, we have 19940.
From Northville, Michigan, they're the Techno Raptors.
And lastly, we have 18975.
From Granville, Michigan, they're the Robo Squires. And it looks like we've got thumbs up for scores right away. As now we're seeing the monument getting constructed, and we have a Red Alliance victory as they win with a score of 130-89, and 5 ranking points means that both of these red robots move up in the standings.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So we've got action right away once again from all 4 robots on the field, but artifacts are only flying from 3 as 22738 is deciding to just save some battery power for the start of their autonomous, but never mind. They fire off 1 actually. They're looking to fire off the other 2 that they've got. But the Red Alliance is almost completely filling up their classifier ramp, courtesy of Team 7140. But 22738 is also putting in work over here on Red from the far launch zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But some nice autonomous launching out of the Red Alliance means that the Blue Alliance is out to a deficit under Red, but there's still enough time with 1 minute and 50 seconds left in this match for the Blue Alliance to possibly come back and win, as 18975 is trying to change their odds, as they actually made 1 artifact into their classifier, but 19940 lands a full perfect salvo. Both the indecisive devices and the nightmares trying to position, grab more artifacts and fire those off, as the Robo Squires actually empty out their classifier ramp for the Blue Alliance to open up more 3-point scoring spots for their alliance. As 7140, the Nightmares, as they're trying to maintain first place, are doing the same exact thing with their Red Alliance partners. But there's 3 green artifacts now, 4 green artifacts into the Red classifier ramp, as Red is still maintaining their lead, but the Blue Alliance is coming back in this match, as they're keeping it close enough that they can absolutely win if they choose. But 18975, the Robo Squires land a perfect salvo into their Blue Alliance goal. But 22738 for Red does the exact same as the Nightmares in Red. That's 7140. Decide that they want to empty out their classifier so they can score more 3-point artifacts for the last 30 seconds of the match here, as 98-88, 10-point game. Means that it'll still very close between our alliances. But the Robo Squires land a full salvo into their blue goal. The Techno Raptors do the same just before our end game period starts, as it looks like 22738 is trying to lift up and attempt a double park with Team 7140, as 18975 is just trying to park alongside the Techno Raptors. 4 seconds left, and we're going to see if both of these alliances can get a double park for the end of qualification match number 22.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 23. Starting off the Red Alliance, it's 5385.
Currently ranked number 4 from Grand Rapids, they're the Enigma Riddlers.
Next to them, rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 12549.
From Troy, Michigan, they're the Robo Rebels.
Across the way in the Blue Alliance, we have 10255.
Currently ranked number 2 from Zeeland, Michigan, they're the Robo Ducks.
Last but not least, 24371.
From Grand Rapids, they're the Proto Pioneers. All right, we've got the thumbs up for scores for our previous qualification match. As you see the monument getting constructed, and it is a Red Alliance victory. They take it home with a score. Whoa, a 2-point game of 144 to 142. And even though Red does get 4 ranking points for that win, the Nightmares, that 7140, does maintain first place after that win.
let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
So right away at the start of this qualification match, the Robo Ducks are already firing off a salvo, but they landed 2 into their classifier ramp. 24371 does the exact same for blue, but the Enigma Riddlers, that's 5385, also putting in some work over there on red as they're looking to fire off another salvo themselves, as both of these blue robots doing the same as the Robo Ducks fire off a perfect salvo to end off that blue classifier ramp, but they're firing off an extra one into the overflow.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As it is a 1-point game going into our driver control period, which means it'll absolutely go anybody's way. As it looks like both the Enigma Riddlers and the Robo Rebels trying to launch off whatever artifacts they can from the near launch zone, but a very quick, perfect salvo out of the Robo Ducks means that this Blue Alliance is staying in this game. As 24371, that's the Proto Pioneers in blue, the Robo Ducks Alliance partner, firing off some artifacts of their own as they also fire off a perfect salvo into the blue goal as they are immediately releasing that gate. So that perfect salvo that the Robo Ducks, actually, one bounced out, but they were all accurate, but they're still all worth 3 points apiece if they go into the classifier ramp. As 12549, trying to do the same alongside 5385 in red, but it scored 80 to 86. But there's some more artifacts going into the Blue Alliance goal, right into the classifier ramp. There were 3 points each. Robo Ducks just tried to empty it all out, but they only had 5 in there, but they landed another perfect salvo from the near zone. You have the Robo Rebels once again trying to fire off those artifacts themselves alongside the Enigma Riddlers in red, but the Riddlers are right back to the corner of the near launch zone. They fire off 1, 2, 3. They've landed it. The Robo Ducks do the exact same from the far launch zone. 39 seconds left, and the Blue Alliance is inching out a lead over the Red Alliance. 32 seconds left. Blue Alliance is maintaining it. There's another perfect salvo from the Robo Ducks from the far launch zone, though. The Robo Rebels and the Enigma Riddlers trying to do the same in red, but they're doing it from the near launch zone. The Blue Alliance gate just got emptied, so there's more 3-point artifact spots for their alliance as 24371 in blue fires off those artifacts into the classifier, trying to empty them out as there's another salvo out of the Robo Ducks. But there's only 5 seconds left for these robots to try to attempt double parks for the end of qualification match number 23.
Okay, for match 24 on the Red Alliance, we have 10484.
From Merrill, Michigan, they're the Merrill Buccaneers.
And with them we have 20511.
Currently ranked number 8 from Plymouth, Michigan, they're the Bionic Bulldogs.
Then on the Blue Alliance, we have 15815.
From Caledonia, Michigan, there it's DCS Defender Robotics.
And with them, we have 32759.
One of your teams from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, it's Daydreams. And we've got the thumbs up for scores for our previous qualification match. Do we? Oh, we got scores now. As you're seeing the monument getting built, and it's a Blue Alliance victory as a comeback match with a score of 184 to 146. Means that these blue robots get 5 ranking points after that win, but these Red Alliance robots don't come away empty-handed as they at least get 2 ranking points.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away, 3 out of the 4 robots are getting some action. All 4 robots now are getting some action as artifacts flying around from all sides, but they're all going successful into the classifier ramp as there's 4 artifacts each. But the Bionic Bulldogs over on red are trying to fire off whatever extra artifacts they can get as they accidentally gift one over to the Blue Alliance drivers, but they still fire off those 2 as they are successful in that attempt. With 15815 is launching them out of the field.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
So right away at the start of our driver control period, the Red Alliance is out to a lead over our Blue Alliance robots. But both DCS Defender Robotics and Daydreams trying to move around, score those artifacts. As right now there's only 1 scored into the classifier ramp so far for this attempt though. As Daydreams is still trying to move around on over to the near launch zone, it looks like, but 10484 was playing a little defense along the way. Over to their Red Alliance human player to fire those off, but a perfect salvo out of 15815. That's DCS Defender. Is making sure that the cushion for 32759 is good enough that they can position fire 1. They've got it. Fire 2. They've got it. That's a perfect salvo out of Daydreams there from Grosse Pointe. But the Red Alliance is still maintaining a lead, though, over these Blue Alliance robots, even though these blue robots are still scoring and scoring and scoring. These Red Alliance robots are just doing it more effectively, though, as 20511 decides to throw out a last-minute artifact into the overflow before they empty out their classifier. 40 seconds left, 39 seconds left in this match. And the Red Alliance still maintaining their lead over blue. There's 34 points, 37 points now separating these alliances. As it looks like another perfect salvo out of 2 points, actually, 2 artifacts. As Daydreams is trying to play just a little bit of defense on 10484, but now that whistle means that we are in our endgame period. So we are seeing if any of these robots can get any last-minute artifact points or any endgame parks. As Daydreams does the same for blue that 20511 is doing for red. But these robots are trying to attempt a double park for the end of qualification match number 24.
On to match 25 with the Red Alliance having 19429.
From Mona Shores Middle School, it's Infrared.
And with them we have 30444.
Currently ranked number 4 from Ann Arbor, it's A to go.
then on the Blue Alliance, we have 15229.
Currently ranked number 9 from Howell, Michigan. It's Team Kudos.
And then with them, we have 9087.
One near teams from Richland, Michigan. It's the Twisted Devils Green. All right, looks like I've got thumbs up for scores over here. As we're going to see the monument getting constructed so far, and it is a Red Alliance victory, taking it home with a score of 134 to 99. But these red robots do just get the basic 3 ranking points after that win.
Let's get this match started. And 3, 2, 1, go!
As right away, there's 3 out of the 4 robots are doing something on this field anyway. Right, they're firing off artifacts or moving around. As 9087 is trying to fire off those artifacts from the far. As 30444, that's A to go, trying to collect more artifacts alongside their Red Alliance partners Infrared. As Team Kudos is trying to fire off one more artifact. They had some more in their robot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are going into our driver control period with 1 minute and 55 seconds left in this match, the Red Alliance is out to a 15-point lead right now over the Blue Alliance. But there's still time for Team Kudos to fire off those artifacts that they got into the Blue Alliance goal. As A to go is trying to fire off one. They got it. They're trying to fire off that second one with high velocity. But now their Red Alliance partners are moving in their place as they fire off another couple artifacts that they had inside their robot. As both Team Kudos and the Twisted Devils Green trying to fire off those artifacts from the far launch zone. As both of them are successful with at least one artifact, but Kudos decides that they want to empty out the Blue Alliance classifier ramp for their alliance so they can score 3 points per artifact instead, but 19429 fires off that one green artifact that they had for their alliance. The Twisted Devils Green trying to move around and collect more game pieces for their robot, trying to score those alongside their alliance partners as they fire off an artifact into the blue goal and land it through the square. 50 seconds left, 49 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is still maintaining a lead over Blue, but there's still enough time for the Blue Alliance to definitely come back and win this match. As A to go, trying to play some defense against the Twisted Devils Green. As Team Kudos once again firing off from the far launch zone, but Infrared is firing off from the near launch zone instead for their actual alliance. 25 seconds left in the match, and there is still enough time for the Blue Alliance to try to come back, but they only have 18 seconds left to do that as we are in our end game period. These Blue Alliance robots are attempting a double perfect park for their alliance, as they at least appear to have that now. But these Red Alliance robots are also trying to get their own double park with 1 second left in qualification match number 25.
Okay, for match 26, we have on the Red Alliance 12862.
From Lake Orion, Michigan, it's Walden Robotics.
And with them we have 26606.
from one of your teams from Saline, Michigan, it's Hive.
And then for the Blue Alliance, we have 20245.
One of your teams from Mona Shores Middle School, it's Ultraviolet.
And lastly, we have 16714.
From Dexter, Michigan, they're the Dread Bolts. All right, looks like we've got scores for our previous qualification match. Scores for qualification match number 25. As we're going to see who takes it home, it's the Red Alliance. They win with a score of 125-83. As even though Red Alliance robots get 4 ranking points after that win, these Blue Alliance robots don't come away empty-handed, as they at least get 1 ranking point.
Let's get this match started. And 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start, we've got now all 4 robots are moving around on the field anyway. As we got 4 artifacts in each classifier anyway. Both of these robots trying to land the purple, purple, green motif pattern, as each alliance is at least going to get some of those pattern points in the next 4 seconds of autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As a last-minute artifact shot courtesy of Hive means that the Red Alliance, wow, they're actually out to a 1-point lead. But it may as well be an even game going into the rest of our driver control period, as both of these Blue Alliance robots, that's Ultraviolet and Dread Bolts, trying to fire off those artifacts into their blue goal. They're scoring 3 points per artifact because they still have room left in their classifier, but Hive is looking to do the same exact thing for Red as they fire off a perfect salvo for their alliance, as Walden Robotics is trying to collect whatever other artifacts they can, as they only have 2 artifacts in hand. As they fire off one from the far zone, they get it, trying to move forward. They fire off that second one, they get it, trying to fire off the third one, they get it for that alliance, as Hive actually empties out the classifier ramp for Red. So those last few artifacts at least score for 3 points instead of 1. As 1 minute left in this match, and the Red Alliance is actually growing their lead over these Blue Alliance robots. But there's still time for both Ultraviolet and Dread Bolts to start coming back in this match, as Walden Robotics decides that they want to try to collect that 1 artifact they had, where they're going to try to collect some more. Heading on over to the far launch zone. They fire off one, it's at the April tag. They fire off the second one, it bounced out, and then back into the field of play. 28 seconds left in this match, but the Blue Alliance is slowly starting to come back on the Red Alliance's lead. Now that we are in our endgame period, the Dread Bolts are trying to fire off some last-minute artifacts into the classifier, as 12862 is already parked, but Hive decides that they want to try to fire off some extra artifacts into the overflow. But both of these robots are trying to attempt double parks in the endgame of qualification match number 26. Yes.
Okay, for match 27 on the Red Alliance, we have 1-0-0-2-4.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan. It's the Twisted Devils Black.
With them, we have 1-1-2-2-8.
Currently ranked number 3 from Zeeland, Michigan. They're the Overclock Bots.
Then on the Blue Alliance, we have 1-0-1-0-4.
From Belmont, Michigan, it's that other team.
And then with them, we have 1-0-5-3-8.
One of your teams from Howell, Michigan, it's Team Kilts. All right, we're ready to see some scores from qualification match number 26. As we see the monument getting constructed here, and it is a Red Alliance victory, taking it home with a score of 162 to 128. And even though these red robots get 5 ranking points and both move up in the standings, the Blue Alliance doesn't come away empty-handed, as they at least get 2 ranking points.
Alrighty, let's get this match started. And 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start of this qualification match, we got action from 3 out of the 4 robots so far on the field. As at least for the Blue Alliance, Team Kilts fires off a perfect salvo. into their Blue Alliance goal, trying to match up with the motif pattern. Team Kilt's doing the exact same thing, but their alliance partners from Belmont decided to wake up and start moving in their autonomous. But the overclock bots are firing off once again into the Red Alliance goal, where their alliance partners, the Twisted Devils Black, also did some of the same.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are going into our driver control period, only 3 points separate these alliances. There's a minute and 52 seconds left in this match. Means that there's plenty of decode left to play here, as that other team decides that they want to try to play some defense against the overclock bots. But it does not matter, as the overclock bots, that last attempt, that defense did work, but the last one before that didn't, as Belmont actually now playing some effective defense against the overclock bots. But they're still scoring artifacts into their Red Alliance goal, though, as now it's still a 2-point game. Going, still scoring for Blues. Team Kilts is on fire right now, as they decide to empty out their classifier ramp from that last perfect salvo. As now your team from Belmont is trying to fire off some artifacts from the far launch zone, as they actually hit that for their alliance and scored for themselves. But there's only a minute and 2 seconds left in this match, as all these alliances still trying to move around and score artifacts. But the overclock bots are trying to take back the lead, or trying to maintain it rather, alongside 10024. As right now, anyway, there's a gift over to our head referee over here from some artifacts. But the score is still close enough that it'll go absolutely anyone's way, as there only 31 seconds left in the match. Red Alliance is still maintaining a lead, but it's only 4 points. Belmont decides that they want to fire off a salvo, but only land one. Team Kilts is just trying to play some defense against these red robots. But the overclock bots are trying to work out some issues so they can absolutely come back in this match and try to fire off more artifacts. But the Red Alliance is still maintaining a lead, though. But we at least have one robot attempting a clean park. We have both of these blue robots getting a successful double park for themselves at the end of qualification match number 27.
Up next is match 28, with the Red Alliance having 19679.
Your team from Kearney, Michigan, it's Beowulf's FTC.
Along with them, we have 22738.
From Canton, Michigan, they're the Indecisive Devices.
Then on the Blue Alliance, we have 5385.
Currently ranked number 8 from Grand Rapids, Michigan, they're the Enigma Riddlers.
And finally, we have 5663.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Red. All right, we've got the scores for qualification 27. Scores for match number 27 going up on the screen. As you up there, they go right now, trying to see who wins, and it's the Blue Alliance taking it home. They win with a score, whoa, 134 to 127. That was a very close match. And these blue robots just get the basic 3 ranking points.
Now let's get this match started. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Now that we're ready to get our next match started here, we got artifacts flying in from both sides. As there are successful artifact launches, courtesy of 19679 for red and 5663 for blue. But 22738 is firing off those artifacts for the Red Alliance, though. Or trying to anyway. They got that. They fired it off. They accidentally missed. But they're looking to try to fire off another successful one. They've got it into the red goal.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period, only 1 point separate these alliances, as they're already looking to see 5663. That's a Twisted Devils red. Go to collect artifacts from their human player. As they fire those off, and they've got it. Both of these blue robots trying to collect those artifacts from their human player, but the Red Alliance is already emptying out their classifier ramp. The first time this match, but the Enigma Riddlers fire off 1, 2, 3. They got one really good one so far. As 5663 trying to do the same, but now these Blue Alliance robots are in stride. But there's a full classifier ramp now, as the Enigma Riddlers do empty out their classifier ramp there. They've got it. They have 22738 trying to move back over to their human player and scored those for red. 19679, that's the Beta Wolves FTC from Kearney. Firing off some artifacts for their own alliance, trying to take some from right in front of the Blue Alliance goal. But the Riddlers fire off 1, 2, 3. That's a perfect salvo out of that robot on the Blue Alliance. 5663 trying to do the same for blue, but they accidentally launched it at the April tag instead. But the Riddlers are firing off 1, 2, 3. That's yet another perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance classifier ramp. And some nice plays still with 29 seconds left. Blue Alliance is still out to a lead, but it's only 5 points at that current moment. Make it 8 now. And now we are in our endgame period with that train whistle. So all these robots are trying to score some last-minute endgame points. With the last perfect salvo, courtesy of Twisted Devils red for blue. The Enigma Riddlers trying to do the exact same thing on red. But these red robots are trying to land a perfect clean park with 5385 and 5663 trying to do the same at the end of qualification match number 28.
Okay, next match is qualification round 29. And with the Red Alliance, we have 15815.
From Caledonia, Michigan, it's DCS Defender Robotics.
And with them, we have 8142.
One-year teams from Jackson, Michigan. They're the Junior Mountie Megabots red.
Then on the Blue Alliance, we have 26859.
One-year teams from Ann Arbor, Michigan, currently ranked number 10. It's the Spark Squad.
And lastly, we have 24052.
One-year teams from Grand Rapids, Michigan. They're the North Point Christian Cyber Mustangs. All right, looks like we've got scores for our previous qualification match here, as we're ready to see which artifact this is, and it's a Blue Alliance win. They take it home with a score of 124 to 97, and 4 ranking points for these Blue Alliance robots. Means that 5663 moves up into 19th place, but the Enigma Riddlers do move up into 6th place after that win.
Alrighty, let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, much better start to this qualification match as that artifact, whoa, that's going high, courtesy of 24052. But none of those artifacts are actually landing into the blue line from that robot. But the Spark Squad is putting in work over on blue, but it looks like both DCS Defender and the Junior Mountie Megabots Red are putting in a ton of work over here on the Red Alliance side, already filling up their classifier ramp and then some.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Ding, ding, ding. All right, we're still in our driver control period. We lost the speaker, but we don't have any sound as we're still going around all these robots still moving. 15815 trying to fire off their artifacts. And the speakers are still out. We're doing okay. Everything is still going. minute 30 left in this match. We still don't have a speaker, but everything is still going A-OK from these robots, though. They're still moving, still scoring. Yep, we got the speaker back. Thank you very much. As everything was still happening just fine, though. Red Alliance still out to a lead over Red. 63-51 was that score at that moment. 54 now for Blue. Well, Red needs to still work and maintain their lead as the Junior Mountie Megabots Red fires off 1, fires off 2. DCS Defender fires off 1, 2, 3. There's another full classifier ramp for Red, but DCS Defender decides that they want to empty out that classifier. They emptied out some of the classifier anyway. But Junior Mountie Megabots Red fires off more into the classifier. Now they fully empty that out for Red. But the Spark Squad trying to do the same for the Blue Alliance. 42 seconds left in this match. Red Alliance is still holding on to a lead. Blue Alliance is coming up. There's 2 points separating these alliances going into the last seconds of the match. It'll still be very close at the end when we get our final scores, though, with 20452 trying to maneuver around their alliance partners. 26859. As both of these robots are taking their own scores. Now we're in our end game period now. 15 seconds left in the match, and it's still close enough for the Blue Alliance to possibly win this match. But both of these robots are firing off last-minute artifacts into the classifier ramp. But both of these blue robots are trying to attempt a clean double park on the Marie Curie division. With no seconds left in the match, there's a possibility that that might be it. It's possible, but I'm not going to speak too soon. I'm not going to speak too soon about that decision for the end of that qualification match.
Okay, our next match is number 30, with the Red Alliance having 19940.
From Northville, Michigan, they're the Techno Raptors.
With them we have 12740.
From Troy, Michigan, it's Robo Next Gen.
Then on the Blue Alliance we have 30444.
Currently ranked number 3 from Ann Arbor, it's A to Go.
And lastly we have 10484.
From Merrill, Michigan, they're the Merrill Botaneers. And we've got the thumbs up for scores right away for qualification 29. As we're looking to see who takes this match home, and it's the Red Alliance winning that match with a score of 126 to 101. And these Red robots do just get the base 3 ranking points after that win.
Alrighty, let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we're off to a good start in our next autonomous period as 12740 decides to graciously gift me some artifacts over here as the buttons are helping to keep me safe from getting hit by some of those artifacts, but the Red Alliance robots land a few more into the classifier ramp anyway instead of at me. The Blue Alliance is still hungry for some artifacts over there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As the Blue Alliance is out to a massive deficit underneath the Red Alliance robots, but there's still enough time for these blue robots to possibly come back and win this match, as they're already trying to change those odds as 10484 is firing from the they're firing from the near launch zone. A to go, that's 30444 is firing off from the far zone. But both the Techno Raptors and Robo Next Gen trying to fire off any of those artifacts that they can, as they're still trying to collect more artifacts, but 10484, that's the Merrill Botaniers in blue, firing off more artifacts into the blue goal. A to go is doing the same from the far zone. They fire 1, fire 2, fire 3. A to go has a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal. But now the Blue Alliance has a full classifier ramp as the Merrill Botaniers decide to empty it out for blue. So now there's even more artifacts that are worth 3 points apiece, as the both the Next Gen decided they want to start lining up and firing off artifacts for the Red Alliance, trying to maintain their lead with 50 seconds left in the match. But the Blue Alliance is coming up quick, as they steal a lot of time as a nice jump shot from A to go. Make sure that at least one of those artifacts stays in the blue classifier ramp. As now we're at 30 seconds left in the match, and there's still a lot of time left. There's enough time left for this match to go anybody's way, as 12740 trying to fire off more artifacts from the near launch zone, as they fired off at least one. But now that whistle means that going into our endgame period, we're going to see last minute artifacts and double robot parks, as we have one robot on each alliance trying to park. We have 2 robots on red trying to double park. We have A to go trying to park right next to their alliance partners, the Botaniers, for the end of qualification match number 30.
Okay, so now we are in the qualification round 31, and on the Red Alliance we have 12862.
From Lake Orion, Michigan, it's Walden Robotics.
With them we have 9087.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan, it's the Twisted Devils Green.
Then on the Blue Alliance we have 13284.
One of your teams from Houghton, Michigan, it's the Snowbot Silver.
And with them we have 18975.
From Granville, Michigan, they're the Robo Squires. All right, now we're ready to see some scores for qualification match number 30. Going to see the monument getting built, and it is a Red Alliance victory. Winning it with a 1-point game of 78 to 77. And both of these alliances come away with ranking points. But these red robots do at least get 3 after that win.
Alrighty then, let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start of this autonomous period, we've got all 4 robots firing off artifacts and moving around for our alliances. But we at least have these red robots trying to do the same. Blue Alliance trying to do the same. 2 minutes 14 left. And I think we lost audio again, but that's A-okay. There's 5 seconds left. Artifacts still flying from both sides.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we lost audio again, but that's still okay enough. I'll be watching. So we're still doing okay. No, do we have audio? I think we have audio. I think everyone's hearing me. I might be hearing myself, but these artifacts are still flying around. Walden Robotics in red trying to fire off from the far launch zone. They launch 1. They launch 2. They accidentally released that artifact, but they're going to collect 3 more purple ones for their alliance. But both 13284 and 18975 firing off those artifacts for themselves into their blue goal. As they're emptying out the classifier as well for the blue side. But 9087, that's the Twisted Devils green, also doing the same thing for the Red Alliance, but Walden trying to fire off some artifacts from their far launch zone. But 13284, that's the Snowbot silver. Trying to fire off those artifacts as well as they're trying to take some artifacts from the Red Alliance human player. As Walden is still trying to find the right angle. They do land that artifact into the classifier for their alliance. Their partners 9087 doing the exact same thing. But it is still very much a Blue Alliance game as there's at least, a lot of points actually separating our alliances. But 35 seconds left in the match. But the Red Alliance still at least has enough time to possibly come back and win this match as one of your Snowbots teams decide to empty out the Blue Alliance classifier so they can keep on scoring more and more points for their alliances. As all those artifacts are still worth 3 points. But now we're in our end game period. 15 seconds left. The Blue Alliance is still maintaining their lead, but we're looking to see if any of these robots can perform a double park, as both 9087 and 12862 trying to do the same thing. But both these blue robots fire off some last minute artifacts and 2 at least both partially park in their blue zone before the end of qualification match number 31.
Alrighty then. Now we are on to qualification round 32. Red Alliance having 1-1-2-2-8.
One of your teams from Zeeland, Michigan. They're the Overclock Bots.
With them it is 1-5-2-2-9.
One of your team from Howell, Michigan. It's Team Kudos.
Then on the Blue Alliance, we have 1-4-7-9-1.
Currently ranked number 3 from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. They're the Galactic Gears.
And finally, there's 29694.
One of your teams from Novi, Michigan, they're the Salambu Strikers. And I'm getting the thumbs up from our scorekeeper to see some scores from qualification match number 31. As you see the monument going up, and it's a Blue Alliance victory. They take it home on the score of 141-94. And both of these blue robots do get 4 ranking points after that win.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away, we've got action from at least 4 robots on the field so far as the overclock bots fire off a perfect salvo into the Red Alliance's gate when they empty it out, though. And they're trying to fire off artifacts into the Blue Alliance goal just for fun, maybe? Maybe, I don't know about that. But there's 5 seconds left in auto, but the Blue Alliance is right now trying to keep their artifacts inside.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
But now that we're in our driver control period, 32-18 separate these alliances. But the Red Alliance still has more than enough time to try to come back and win this match, as it's another perfect salvo out of the overclock bots as they pick up on more artifacts, trying to move around. They move back to their far launch zone. They fire off 1, 2, 3. Their alliance partners off fire. Another 3. That's 2 perfect salvos hand in hand, courtesy of these Red Alliance robots, as both of these blue robots are still trying to maybe just hang around and save battery power. But 14791, the Galactic Gears, are trying to work out some issues so they can absolutely come back in this match. But their alliance partners, 29694, that's the Salambu Strikers out of Novi, trying to move around into the near launch zone, trying to get in position to fire off those artifacts that they have as they're moving their spin dexter around, trying to find the exact ones that they want to fire off at that time. But 15229 instead, firing off those artifacts before. That's another perfect salvo out of Team Kudos. But the Salambu Strikers doing the exact same thing over on blue, as the Galactic Gears are trying to work out their issues so they can still come back in this match. But it's another salvo out of this Blue Alliance robot that's firing off those artifacts. When there's a 40 seconds left, but the Red Alliance is getting their lead back, as it looks like the overclock bots themselves are also trying to fix some issues, so they're coming back in this match. But right now it's just the Salambu Strikers and Team Kudos moving around for each alliance. 23 seconds left in the match. Now that whistle means that we're in our endgame period, and the Blue Alliance is getting a lead out over the overclock bots. Still trying to move around, but Team Kudos is attempting a solo park, as it looks like the Salambu Strikers are trying to move over and do the exact same thing, but there's 2 seconds left for the end of qualification match number 32.
Now for qualification round 33, on the Red Alliance we have 102 5.
Currently ranked number 2 from Zeeland, Michigan. They're the Robo Ducks.
With them, we have 10104.
From Belmont, Michigan, it's that other team.
Oh. On the Blue Alliance, we have 16714.
From Dexter, Michigan, they're the Dreadbolts.
With them, we have 32759.
One year teams from Grosse Pointe, Michigan, they're Daydreams. All right, looks like we've got thumbs up for scores for our previous qualification match as we see the monument going up, and it is a Blue Alliance victory, taking it home with a score of 102-70, and these blue robots just get the basic 3 ranking points.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away we've got these 4 robots moving around, so at least if you move, if you score points. But the Dreadbolts fire off a perfect salvo into the Blue Alliance goal. But the Robo Ducks are doing the same for Red as they're looking to pick up more artifacts from the preloaded ones that are on the field. As the Robo Ducks, that's another perfect salvo out of their robot. But that other team is trying to do the exact same for Red as the Dreadbolts are firing off some more artifacts right across from the Robo Ducks.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period, The Red Alliance is out to a slight lead over our Blue Alliance robots, but that doesn't mean that both the Dreadbolts and Daydreams can't try to score those artifacts for their alliance. As the team from Belmont trying to play a little bit of disruptive defense to the Blue Alliance robots, but the Dreadbolts fire off a perfect salvo. But 3-2-5-7-9 is trying to move in position to get into the exact right spot where they want to have their catapult. As they're still trying to move around, trying to jitter around, find that exact spot. They fire one accidentally but missed. They're trying to find another spot. Still trying to jitter around. Maybe they're working out some issues for their alliance. But the Dreadbolts, their Blue Alliance partners right behind them, fire off more artifacts into their goal. But the Roboducks and that other team trying to do the same as another perfect salvo out of the Roboducks, and an emptied gate courtesy of that other team means that they're in a symbiosis. They found their rhythm. But the Roboducks are scoring from the back. That other team is scoring from the front, but they're also trying to keep that classifier ramp empty, so they're scoring 2 more points per artifact. 35 seconds left, and the Red Alliance is out to a massive lead over the Blue Alliance, but that doesn't mean that these blue robots can't stop playing and keep scoring more points. But the Roboducks are on fire when it comes to launching those artifacts from the far launch zone. That's yet another perfect salvo for them. We're going into our endgame period, and they feel confident enough in their robots' abilities to empty out that classifier ramp and try to score more points for their alliance. As they try to close that now, and these red robots are going for a double park, but it looks like those blue robots are trying to do the same thing for the end of qualification match number 33.
Okie dokie, now we are on to qualification match 34, with the Red Alliance having 7140.
Currently ranked number 1 from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. They're the Nightmares.
With them, it is 8027.
One of your teams from Richland, Michigan. It's the Twisted Devils Blue.
Then on the Blue Alliance, we have 1, 2, 5, 4, 9.
One of your teams from Troy, Michigan. They're the Robo Rebels.
With them, it is 2, 0, 2, 4, 5.
Rounding out the alliance from Mona Shores Middle School, it's Ultraviolet. All right, now we're ready to see some scores for qualification match number 33. Seeing the monument go up, and it is the Red Alliance taking home that match with a score of 218, wow, to 107. And these red robots coming in with 4 ranking points means that that other team moves up into 12th place, but the Roboducks do secure themselves 2nd place after that win.
Alrighty then, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Yep, right away. Oh my God, they're still matching up. Wow, 2-0-2-4-5 automatically trying to empty out their gate. 17 seconds left in auto. Score is still close, as both the Nightmares and the Twisted Devils Blue trying to fire off more artifacts into their classifier ramp, as 8027 does just that, but the Nightmares fire two, but only land one in the overflow.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now that we are in our driver control period, 2-0-2-4-5 automatically emptying out their classifier ramp by touching their own gate. The Nightmares doing the same for the Red Alliance side, with Nightmares already have more 3 artifacts in hand, but Ultraviolet has the same. Everyone's still trying to move around each other, collect more artifacts, but the Nightmares fire off just that one artifact that they had in hand. 2-0-2-4-5 doing the same. But over here we have Twisted Devils Blue and the Robo Rebels on the red and blue sides respectively, still trying to fire off artifacts into their goal, trying to get the lead back, but it's the Blue Alliance robots that are having the lead right now over the Red Alliance, but there's still enough time for the Red Alliance robots to possibly come back and win this match as the Nightmares fire off 1, 2, 3. That's a perfect salvo from that robot. 8027 trying to get in position and do the same. As they fired their one, they got it. Fired their one, they accidentally missed. Fired their second one, they accidentally missed it out. But that's another perfect salvo out of 7140. 2-0-2-4-5. Emptying out their classifier after they released a salvo. 1-2-5-4-9 also in blue. Trying to collect more artifacts and doing the same right next to 8027. The score is still very close that the red robots could come back and win this match. 30 seconds left in this match. The Nightmares decide that they want to try to fire off any artifacts from their far launch zone. 8027 still moving around just before the end of that period and going into the start of our end game. As 8027 is lifting up, they're trying to attempt a double park with the Nightmares, as it looks like they're both doing that right now. Both of these Blue Alliance robots are also trying to do the same exact thing, as it is now an even game, almost an even game. It's 4 points. Wow, there's still a lot of extra points needed to be counted near the end of that qualification match.
Alrighty, next up is qualification match 35, the second to last of this evening, and the last one on this field. We will have, for the Red Alliance, 26606.
Currently ranked number 8 from Saline, Michigan, it's Hive!
With them, we have 10723.
One of your teams from Houghton, Michigan, it's the Snowbots Blue.
On the Blue Alliance, we have 10538.
One of your teams from Howell, Michigan, it's Team Kilts.
And lastly, we have 24371.
Currently ranked number 7, one of your teams from Grand Rapids, they're the Proto Pioneers. And looks like we've got scores right away for qualification match number 34. As we see the monument getting built over here, and we have a Red Alliance victory. Taking it home with a score of 162 to 142. And these red robots come away with 5 ranking points. And 8027 moves up into 15th place. But Team 7140, the Nightmares, are still maintaining first place after that win.
Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
So right away at the start of this match, we got 3 out of the 4 robots moving so far, as it looks like 26606 Hive is firing off from the far launch zone. Team Kilts is firing off from the front. As Kilts is firing off, they fired off another perfect salvo. They are perfectly matching the motif bonus pattern. They have another time. It looks like they will match a full 3 motif patterns into the classifier ramp for their alliance from purple, purple, green.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are going into our driver control period, that nice autonomous out of Team Kilts means that the Blue Alliance is out to a small lead right now over the Red Alliance, but there's still time for both Team Hive and the Snowbots Blue to start coming back in this match, as the Snowbots Blue already picking up some artifacts to try to launch from their robot, but Team Hive is already firing off those salvos for their alliance. As both of these Blue Alliance robots, that's Team Kilts and the Proto Pioneers, already doing the exact thing, but maintaining their lead at the same time. But the Red Alliance is coming up fast, though, as there is only 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the match. But Blue is still maintaining their lead. Red is right on their heels. Team Kilts decides that they want to hit their gate to empty out the classifier ramp, so all their artifacts are worth more points. But 2, 4, 3, 7, 1. Still trying to collect more artifacts from their human player. Trying to move back over, but 26606 Hive still firing off for their alliance, but 10723 is also doing the same exact thing, as they had 2 attempts, but they landed 1 and missed 1. But now there are 8 artifacts in that classifier ramp, and there's enough space for 9. But Hive decides that they want to empty out that classifier, so those are worth more points. As 2, 4, 3, 7, 1 trying to do the same thing. But the Snowbots Blue are getting successful on those artifact scores for their alliance, though. That whistle means that we are going into our endgame period here, and the Red Alliance is getting their lead over the Blue Alliance robots. But there's still enough time for these robots to possibly get any double parks and come back and win this match. But there's only 3 seconds left, and it looks like both of these alliances will at least get dual partial parks for the end of qualification match number 35.
Alrighty then, this is the last match of the night, match 36. On the Red Alliance, there is 20511.
Currently ranked number 6 from Plymouth, Michigan. They're the Bionic Bulldogs.
Teamed up with them is 19429.
Currently ranked number 3 from Mona Shore's Middle. It's Infrared.
Now for the Blue Alliance, it is 10024.
For teams from Richland, Michigan, they're the Twisted Devils Black.
And last of the evening, 31261.
One of your teams from Ann Arbor, Michigan, it's Hack Attack. All right, looks like I've got thumbs up to see the scores from qualification match number 35. Seeing who the monument goes to, and it's the Red Alliance with the comeback with a score of 171 to 132, as both of these red robots do at least get 4 ranking points after that win.
Alrighty, let's get this very last match of the night started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Starting off qualification match number 36, and these Red Alliance robots are firing on all cylinders into their Red Alliance goal as 19429 decides that they want to empty it right away. These Blue Alliance robots are doing the same thing into their goal as their gate is still there, but it's not open just yet. But it looks like Infrared trying to fire off more artifacts into their classifier ramp as well. Twisted Devil's Black and Hack Attack doing the same.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As now that we are in our driver control period for our final qualification match of the night, it is still a 5-point game at that very moment. 2-point game now as for the rest of the match. As we see both Hack Attack and Twisted Devil's Black trying to maneuver around each other. As Hack Attack is looking to get in position right alongside the Twisted Devil's Black as they're both firing off artifacts, but only 4 of them go into the classifier ramp. But 19429, that's Infrared, firing off those artifacts themselves as they're doing the same thing alongside the Bionic Bulldogs out of Plymouth. Red is holding on to whatever lead they got right now, but Blue is still close. They're hot on their heels. They've just taken the lead back, but there's a 2-point lead. There's still more than a minute. It'll absolutely go anybody's way in this match as the scores are going even across these alliances. They're not missing very much. They're still scoring their points. They're keeping it within 10. But Hack Attack decides that they want to open up their classifier ramp so they can possibly score more of those artifacts into the classifier where there were 3 points instead of the 1 in the overflow. Infrared decides that they want to empty out their Red Alliance classifier ramp for their alliance, but the Bulldogs are right behind them, firing off those artifacts alongside their Red Alliance partner as 10024 fires out some artifacts for themselves. Hack Attack doing the same. The score is still it's still very close going into the last seconds of the match. It'll absolutely go anyone's way. We have to wait till those final scores to get the last informations. But both of these robots, for Hack Attack and Infrared, deciding that both these alliances are on opposing sides. Deciding to see what other points that these alliances can score, though, as both of these robots on each side are trying to attempt some double parks, trying to get some partial ones anyway, for the end of qualification match number 36. All right, looks like I've got thumbs up for scores for qualification match number 36. We're going to see the monument go up, and it's the Red Alliance taking it home with a score of 145 to 132. But the Blue Alliance doesn't come away empty-handed, as they at least get 1 ranking point. But these Red robots do get 4 ranking points, as 20511 moves up into 5th place. But 19429 does secure themselves 3rd place after that win.